Absolutely. Mrs. Belomo.
Here.
Mrs. Carrero.
Here.
Mr. Hyatt.
Here.
Mrs. Jankowski. Mr. Lalansky.
Here.
Dr. Miskowitz. Mr. Smith. Mr. Cohen.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Welcome to our meeting tonight, June 9th. And before we get started, just want to point out a few things on our agenda. One is the Sunshine Law. This meeting is being held in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, which means we provided adequate notice of the meeting date and time that was posted to our district website under the name Legal Notices. This is a public meeting, and we do videotape a portion of our Board of Education meeting, so please note that this meeting is actually available through the webcasting. There are two opportunities tonight for public comment, one at the start of our meeting and one toward the end of the meeting. And because we're on school grounds, there is no smoking or vaping on grounds or in the building. With that, I'm going to ask if Colton and Callie would please come up to the microphone and lead us today in our Pledge of Allegiance. Could you all rise? We're going to bring that down for you. Just wait a second. All right, you go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Colton and Callie. All right, I believe when you walked in today, we were seeing on our screens in front of us the artwork on display. Is that correct, Mr. Malone?
Yes, that is correct, and it's listed in the agenda if you'd like to see the details there. Thank you for providing that from the pre-K and K students at the Abbott Early Learning Center.
Great, thank you. And we are up to the next item on our agenda, which is the staff kindness certificates. I kind of understand why we have such a big crowd here today. So this is always one of the exciting parts of our meeting. So welcome everyone and congratulations. Mr. Malone, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great. Okay, so each month, I know I say this every month, but many of you aren't here every month as we are. So each month we recognize staff members who go above and beyond in their line of work. They are recognized by families, by their colleagues, pretty much by anyone in our school community. And they are recognized, as I said, for going above and beyond in their particular job that they hold. And we have a lot of people here tonight to recognize. So I love having that huge list. I did say this at the last meeting as well. I was a little nervous when we were starting to do this, thinking, I hope every meeting we have someone, at least one person, and we have way more than that for each meeting. That just means our staff members are so great, and they are recognized by a wide array of the school community. So in our usual fashion, I will call you up either by name if it's a singular name or by group, and then you get to stand up here while I read either the email or the comment made to recognize you. So the first one is from the Abbott Early Learning Center, Sydney Engelberger. Are you out there? This is an email that came in from a parent. We've come to the understanding that the right people truly make all the difference. And you can stay up here, Sydney. It requires patience, understanding, and consistency. We feel incredibly fortunate that our son is supported by Ms. Engelberger. She understands not just his behaviors, but what they are communicating. She responds with calm and understanding, even in challenging moments. She always makes sure he feels safe, supported, and cared for. That's not it. Ms. Engelberger has made a meaningful difference in our son's life through her real attentiveness and heart every day. It has made a meaningful difference in our son's life. Her presence in our son's life has been a true gift to our family. Congratulations, Ms. Engelberger. Next up, out of Dugan Elementary School, this also is an email from a parent recognizing Beth Sadie. Beth, are you out there? Beth Sadie was extremely well-versed on our child. She knew exactly what his strengths and weaknesses were and even understood a lot of his likes and dislikes, personality quirks, and knew what friends he likes to hang out with. It was so refreshing to have a case manager who really knew our child. It is clear she makes a huge effort to visit the children on her caseload and frequently checks in. She is a huge advocate for our child, so we didn't necessarily have to be on our end. She knew exactly what he needed and was an active listener to ensure there wasn't anything missing. Her passion, commitment, and genuine care for these children set her apart and does not go unnoticed. She consistently goes above and beyond, and that level of devotion deserves meaningful recognition. And here we are recognizing you. Congratulations, Ms. Sadie. Okay, next up, out of Marlboro Elementary School, nominated by many of your colleagues, Diana Afonso, Beth Sadie, Mike Kuzniak, Nicole Gwitz, Nicole Pollock. They all would like to recognize the following people. Francine Gamal, come on up. Amber Manoski. Alyssa Grabler. Lynette Marinaro. Lisa Nabolsi. Kathy Cardew. Haley Ignara. And Alex Santiago. The instructional assistants in the ERI program at Marlboro Elementary School are invaluable to the success of the program. Nope, stay there. Their daily presence, flexibility, patience, and relationships with our students are central to creating a supportive environment. They are the backbone of our program, the calm, reassuring presence our students rely on. Whether it's helping them with their work or helping them play with a friend during recess, they meet each of our students with understanding and help create classrooms where our students feel valued and able to thrive. Congratulations, and thank you for the work you do. Okay, next up, out of Marlboro Middle School, we have an email from a parent recognizing Jennifer Bingham. Are you out there, Jennifer? Come on up, Jennifer. And Vice Principal Jim McCann, who was not able to be here, but we can still clap for him. And the same for Principal Mrs. Nowalki. We can clap for her. I know she cannot be here. I did see her over at the Marlboro Middle School art show just a few moments ago, so she was finishing up over there. But we will make sure that Jim and Pat get their certificates. That would be great. So, but Mrs. Bingham, you can stand here for a minute while I read your recognition from this parent's email. The dedication, professionalism, and passion that Mrs. Bingham brings to the Advanced Ensembles music program truly is exceptional. Through her teacher leadership, students are provided with incredible opportunities to participate in concerts and music competitions that consistently showcase their talent, hard work, and growth from the classroom. It is evident that she invests a tremendous amount of time and effort into ensuring that each student feels supported and successful. Mrs. Bingham understands how to work with students of different abilities and learning styles. Teachers cannot go further with their passion and vision unless they are positively supported, and both MMS administrators, Pat Nowalki and Jim McCann, do this. Programs like this make a meaningful impact on students and contribute greatly to the school community. I truly appreciate the opportunities and experiences that Mrs. Nowalki, Mr. McCann, and Mrs. Bingham continue to provide for our students. Congratulations to all three of you.
Ready?
I am ready. Now it's the Robertsville show. So, I'll call you up in groups even though you're from the same school. So this is an email from Mr. Giarratano, principal from Robertsville Elementary School, recognizing Andrew Basil, Farah Bono, and Jennifer Waldman. Come on up. Out of 600 teams, Penn Cells representing Robertsville Elementary School for the NJSBA Steam Tank, led by Mrs. Bono, made it to the final 30 remaining teams after their initial presentation. Their idea is to create a multifaceted locator that can be attached to a pen. They're currently working with Chief Pizzullo from the Marlboro Township Police Department as they feel their target audience is law enforcement as a means to locate missing persons. This team has consulted experts in the math field, as well as Officer Figueroa from Marlboro Township Police Department. This idea primarily fosters child safety. Mr. Andrew Basil and Ms. Jen Waldman joined the team at regionals to provide feedback and gave up their lunch periods to hone in on the students' presentation skills and guide the students towards innovative ways to articulate their concepts. We are proud of these students and their dedication to child safety, as well as our staff members' dedication to the success of their students in and out of the classroom. Congratulations to you all. And Mr. Basil and Ms. Waldman, don't get too comfortable. You can come back up along with Kara O'Brien. Kara, are you out there? Yep. This is a letter that came in from a student at Robertsville. I have had the privilege of having Mrs. O'Brien, Mrs. Waldman, and Mr. Basil during my years at Robertsville, and I honestly think they are some of the best teachers in the school. Mrs. O'Brien always believed in me and pushed me to do my best. She helped me become more confident in myself and always made me feel supported. Mrs. Waldman made learning fun and made our classroom feel calm and comfortable every day. Even when schoolwork felt stressful, she always made things easier and made everyone feel included and important. Mr. Basil is one of the funniest and coolest teachers at Robertsville. He always knows how to make students laugh while still helping us learn and work hard. I have been in the Power program for most of my elementary school years, but having teachers like Mrs. O'Brien, Ms. Waldman, and Mr. Basil supporting me made it all worth it. As I finish my last year at Robertsville, I know these are teachers I will always remember. They didn't just teach me school subjects, they helped me grow as a person too. Congratulations to you. Tom Henkel. Mr. Tom Henkel, are you out there? Come on up, please. Tom, also from Robertsville, and this email came in from a colleague of yours, Mrs. Robin Stafflinger. Having worked alongside Tom for many years, I have consistently witnessed the positive impact he has on our school community through his unwavering kindness and empathy for those around him. Tom has a remarkable ability to see the individual needs of every student. He gives up his own time to provide extra help for struggling students, enrichment for those who need a little more, or game time for those who just need a break. Tom has worn many hats in the time that I've had the honor of working with him. He consistently puts the needs of others first. He is the first person to offer a word of encouragement, share resources, or step in to help a teammate who is overwhelmed. He leads by example, showing us all that professional excellence and radical kindness are not mutually exclusive. Tom represents the very best of what it means to be an educator, colleague, and friend. Congratulations, Mr. Henkel. Kim Georges, she's not here though. Also from Robertsville, Mr. Giarratano, the principal, is recognizing the vice principal, Mrs. Kim Georges, who unfortunately could not make it here tonight, but I will still recognize her by reading the comment. And Mr. G, maybe you can take her certificate back to Robertsville. Mr. Giarratano would like to recognize Kim Georges for her exceptional leadership and professionalism in managing a particularly challenging situation while Mr. Giarratano was accompanying students on the 5th grade field trip. Her ability to step in, remain composed, and effectively address the matter reflects her dedication to our students, staff, and school community. It is reassuring to have a colleague who consistently demonstrates such strong teamwork and commitment to supporting others when needed. Congratulations, Mrs. Georges. And finally, our last kind of certificates from Robertsville, also from Mr. Giarratano and Mrs. Georges collectively. We are recognizing the following individuals. I know some of them were unable to be here, so I'll read your name, and if you're here, please walk up to the front. Lisa Ingwer. Can you clap? Officer Seth Kreisman. Fran Lezamies. Nicole McDonald. Todd McNeil. Lizette Rory Goldstein. Hallie Ryan. Shira Schaefer. Karen Tessler. Chrissy Tongring. Drew Vitanza. And Michelle Wolf. Thank you all for responding to 2 simultaneous medical emergencies at Robertsville. You all did your pieces so very well and made a horrible accident and its management seamless. You all displayed such grace under pressure. We were shorthanded, but we made it work. Thank you all for taking part in managing this event. Congratulations to you.
Mr. Bellone, this is actually one of the favorite parts of our meetings is really recognizing such excellence and such commitment. And I have to thank both the families and our students and our principals and your colleagues for standing up and recognizing such incredible dedication and talent in Marlboro. This is what makes us the best. So congratulations all of you, and thank you for being who you are and for being so special to Marlboro and to Marlboro students. You deserve another round of applause. We are going to go into an executive session next, which should be for about an hour. We will be coming back out into conduct regular business. We have matters of attorney-client privilege, student matters, and a personnel matter that needs to be discussed. So with that, I would ask if someone would please motion to move into exec. Mr. Hyatt, I need a second. Mr. Smith, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, we're going to be going into exec. Congratulations, everyone. Have a great summer and a great time off. Thank you for doing what you do.
Okay. All right, Ms. Spaluma, Ms. Calero. Mrs. Gandhi?
Here.
Mr. Hyatt?
Here.
Mr. Jankowski? Mr. Lalansky?
Here.
Oh, there you are. I'm sorry, I looked there and I didn't see you. I apologize. Mr. Dr. Miskowitz, no. Mr. Smith? Oh, okay, thank you. And Mr. Cohen?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are back from executive session, and we are going to continue with our board agenda. But before we begin with the next item, which is announcements, I just want to publicly make a statement for the record that one of the items that we needed to accomplish this evening was the evaluation and the superintendent's annual performance report, which was reviewed with our superintendent. So I would like to say that we've completed this year, and Mr. Ballone, as you heard in the exec, the board as a whole was extremely pleased with your overall performance this year on behalf of the board and on behalf of the student population. I think I would summarize our general feeling as that the Marlboro Township Public Schools and our town itself are very fortunate to have the benefit of your steady leadership, your deep commitment to the students, your fiscal responsibility, and your continued dedication to the success and well-being of the entire school community, but also to our town. So thank you very much for the work you do, and we continue to really appreciate your leadership here. Thank you. Okay, we are also moving forward with our agenda, so we're up to announcements. Mr. Ballone?
Yes, thank you. I do have one announcement, very exciting announcement. Marlboro Township ran an essay contest in honor of the Marlboro 250 Committee, honoring our 250th birthday this year. And the judges, this came in from the mayor's office, the judges from the Marlboro 250 Committee have selected the essay of a Marlboro Middle School student as the winner of the essay contest. So very proud and excited to report that the winner came out of one of our schools. And I was told by the mayor's office that we had a large amount of participation from our K-8. So thank you, all students who participated. As I mentioned, it's a Marlboro Middle School student, and the township is working with the parents to arrange for a certificate and honor the student at an upcoming town council meeting sometime in July. So they will let us know what that date is, and I'll keep you all posted on what that date is, and hopefully maybe some of us can even attend that to recognize the student for winning. So very proud to announce that, and it doesn't shock me that one of our students won an essay contest. So congratulations to that student.
I just want to say that was exciting when you told me about it. I'm actually a member of the 250 committee, so I know this was opened up to public and private schools here in the town, and to find out one of our students one is exciting, and to also know that they're going to do a public recognition. I'm hoping that I'm available to attend, because that would be super exciting to be at. So thank you for that. Any other announcements?
No other announcements.
Okay, moving on. School bus driver abstracts.
Yes, all abstracts were run for transportation and facilities maintenance, and everyone has privileges and good standing.
Thank you. We are up to public comments. Ms. Jelinski, do you have a list?
Yes, I have Dan Bono on the list.
Mr. Bono, welcome.
Good evening, members of Board of Education. Mr. Ballone, I am standing before you tonight, not just as a resident of Marlboro Township, but as a heartbroken husband and a deeply concerned citizen. My wife has dedicated the last decade of her life to fostering our district's gifted and talented program. Today, she is enduring an unimaginable toll crying every single day, mourning the loss of a program she poured her heart, soul, and career into building. Mr. Ballone, thank you for taking the time to meet with my wife and explain the district's decision. Excuse me. You have stated that these reassignments are not budget related, but rather an effort to find efficiencies. But I ask you, what are we economizing here, and at what cost? For the past 30 years, this program has worked beautifully. If it isn't broken and the budget does not call for it, why are we changing it now? Marlboro Township has long been a beacon of academic rigor and excellence, routinely outshining our neighboring towns. Our Gifted and Talent program isn't a luxury. It is the engine behind the reputation. It is the very program that brought us our district immense pride by winning the prestigious NJSBA STEAM Tank Awards, Toshiba competitions, even a student who continued on to become a 2026 Regeneron Science Talent Search Scholar, and countless other accolades. These victories did not happen by accident. They happened because specialized, dedicated, gifted, and talented educators spent years mastering their craft, understanding unique student needs, and pushing the boundaries of what our kids can achieve. In fact, some of you sitting here on the board have children who have been directly impacted by this dedication. You know firsthand what it sounds like when a child comes home glowing, filled with excitement to share an incredible project, challenges, and ideas they encountered in PEP, REACH, or those foundational first grade lesson push-ins. You have heard their voices, you know the spark it ignites. Disrupting the ecosystem under the guise of efficiency is a mistake that will heavily impact our students and entire Marlboro School District. You cannot systemically reassign the architects of this success and expect the foundation to hold. True efficiency maximizes potential. This decision compromises it. Before closing, let me speak to the parents of the Marlboro schools in a topical and easy to understand way. Would it be efficient for the Knicks to start only 3 of their 5 allotted players in an effort to win their first NBA title in 54 years? I think that answer goes without saying. I respectfully urge the board and Mr. Ballone to look beyond spreadsheet efficiency and look at the human and academic cost. Reconsider these assignments, protect the rigor, protect our students, and preserve the legacy of excellence that defines Marlboro Township. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bono. Mr. Linsky, anyone else?
No, that's all.
Seeing no one else for public comments, motion to close public comments. Mr. Lewanski, second. Mr. Smith, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. We are up to communications. Mr. Ballone.
I have none.
Thank you. We are up to a referendum update.
Yes, I have one. Okay. So I'll just give a little update from the last meeting. So bids were opened for the rebid on Friday, May 8th. There were 8 bids submitted, of which 6 of the bids were in the project budget. The lowest bid came in at $292,000 lower than the lowest bidder in the first round. So that was great news. A resolution was approved on Tuesday, May 19th, which awarded the contract to Chappell Mechanical in the amount of $4,663,000. So I want to give you a little progress to date. The construction agreements have been signed by all parties. We're hoping to schedule the pre-construction meeting this week or next. And while the air conditioning equipment is being manufactured for our project, the contractors will most likely work on above ceiling work, electrical, and condensate during the summer months. So I'll give you another update once we have the pre-meeting, but that's the update for now.
That's great. I think that for parents and kids who have been attending these 2 schools to hear that it's starting is the best words that we can give them.
I agree.
It's starting. So thank you for that. Any questions for Mr. Linsky? Nope. Okay. Thank you. We are up to Superintendent's Report, the HIB.
Yes, for the time period May 15, 2026 through June 4, 2026, there was 1 incident reported.
Thank you. We're up to approval of board minutes. I'll move that we approve the minutes of the May 5th, both reorganization and executive session minutes, and the meeting on May 19th for both regular and executive. If you did not attend those meetings, please abstain from that portion of the minutes that you're going to vote on. So I'll move that. Can I have a second? Ms. Carrero. Ms. Jelinski, will you please call the roll?
Yes.
Before I do that, any discussion about the minutes? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Okay. Mrs. Carrero.
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi.
I abstain, I wasn't there.
Mr. Hyatt.
Yes.
Mrs. Jankowski.
Yes.
Mr. Lalansky.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We are up to the acting board secretary's monthly certification.
Yes, I'm certifying that there were none of our line items exceeded in violation, so we're in good shape.
And the payroll certification.
Payroll certification, this was the payroll for the month of May, in the amount of $6.3 million.
Thank you. We are up to committee reports. Alphabetically, I have the first committee, which is advisory. I believe, Ms. Carrero, you had sent and shared something with the, for today's meeting, right?
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. Great. Okay, so the advisory committee did meet this past month, since the last meeting, in which we actually had a really great conversation. We talked about the communication, we talked about the extent of the emails that we want to see, and the substance, the tone, the communication, the overall message we want to send out. We talked about the form, or what we call lack of a better word, the form that we'll use to sort of collect interest from individuals who are interested in joining as advisors. And we all worked together to actually create some graphic presentation that can be used for social media production, or just to get the word out that we're looking for advisors. And you can see that image on the screen behind me. These are suggestions. All of this was sent to the board yesterday by Ms. Carrero. It does reflect a collaborative approach from the members of the advisory committee. We're super excited about doing this. We want to get this communication out quickly using the town's email that the mayor sends out on a weekly end update, and also using Mr. Balone from a district perspective, but also using the principal's communications, because sometimes they pay more attention to the principal than they do to the district. So we want to make sure we get the communication out in multiple different channels to our community members to sign up and think about being an advisor. We want to use the summer as an opportunity to get as many people enrolled as quickly as possible, and then begin to use advisors beginning with the school year, so that nobody feels that we're interfering with their summer vacations or summer plans. And one of the projects that we talked about early on to sort of get people involved in was the playground project at Morrell, to get some advisors on that, since it's a new playground, it's for kindergarten. It does have the opportunity for us to think about making sure we're capturing the special needs students, and we feel that as playgrounds begin to get upgraded and improved in the district, this can help us serve as a model for future. So it's a perfect opportunity for us to really get people as advisors to help inform us and engage with us. So that was sort of the update from the advisory committee. I want to see if Jenna, either you or Aditi want to add anything to that? Nope. And I spoke to Mrs. Bellomo beforehand. I'm sorry, it's force of habit. I spoke with Mrs. Bellomo beforehand, and she also concurred with the communication you sent out yesterday and everything that was in it. So we have, complete alignment on what our next steps are. If any of the board members have any feedback on the communication or on the graphics, please share it with us before we finalize it. But we want to get this out quickly, and we appreciate it.
The communications committee can look at those from a readability, usability, message perspective. So we can get that done probably next week or so.
That'd be great.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other comments or questions on the advisory committee, I'm going to move on to curriculum. You're going to do curriculum?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And if
Are you also, because Dr. Miskowitz is not here, are you also going to do special ed, or
yes,
are you
I
got
have
them
both. I have both. Do you want me to do back to back?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. You are. So I have actually special ed up, so I'll read that one first. Okay. From Mr. Chio. Our special services team has been working diligently for months to prepare for a successful ESY program. From staffing and student placement to transportation, scheduling, and programming, significant planning has gone into ensuring that we are ready to welcome students this July. To support student programming, we have planned for 21 instructional classrooms throughout the summer. In addition to academic instruction, students will participate in weekly music, physical education, and science specials, providing engaging enrichment opportunities throughout the program. Given the size of our program and the needs of our students, 2 nurses will be on site each day to support student health and safety. Welcome letters containing important program information, including classroom assignments, schedules, transportation details, and other program information will be distributed during the last week of school. Emails regarding specialized reading schedules will be sent within the next week. We look forward to providing a positive, engaging, and successful summer experience for all participating students and families.
Thank you. Any questions on that report? Okay.
Okay. And for curriculum, the curriculum meeting met on June 8th, which was yesterday. We discussed Policy 2535, library resources. Appropriate staff were trained on Policy 2535 and its accompanying regulation last month. Parents can access the school's searchable online database of current library materials. Administration will develop a standardized parent communication for distribution at the start of the 2026-2027 school year. The communication will be shared with the board prior to distribution. Policy 2200, curriculum. The committee discussed the policy's curriculum's transparency requirements and how they support the district's implementation of Atlas. Atlas will provide parents with easy access to curriculum and pacing guides. Summer curriculum writing. The curriculum writing timeline was shared to prepare the committee for its review of curriculum guides prior to board approval on August 25th. Draft curriculum guides will be hosted on the district website for public review before board approval, and parents will be notified when they become available. Artificial intelligence. Instructional staff are exploring AI tools to support instruction throughout the development of standards-aligned, differentiated assessments and instructional materials. Supervisors are utilizing AI to support curriculum development this summer. The district's current focus is on training staff while evaluating platforms that support district goals instruction as well as data privacy and security requirements. 2024-2025 NJ DOE school performance reports. The committee reviewed highlights from the recently released NJ DOE school performance reports. The reports show continued improvement in both English language arts and mathematics. CUSAC, the NJ DOE approved the district improvement plan. Response to intervention, RTI. The recently revised manual has strengthened consistency across schools and supports a comprehensive approach to student success. Goals for 2026-2027 include strengthening Tier 1 interventions by providing teachers with professional development and resources to support differentiated instruction.
Thank you. Any questions on that report?
I do. For the RTI process, you said there's training happening across the schools for the teachers. Can you explain that a little bit more about that? Just want to understand how that was discussed.
Because RTI is a general education program.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that program. I'm trying to figure out like what training is being implemented, I guess, for the teachers, differently than what has been done in the past.
I think that the focus is going to be on helping general education teachers modify and accommodate, because that's really a special education initiative. And I think that general education teachers, the more and more students in RTI in their classrooms, they are asking for more support, as they should get it. So the professional development, whether it's coaching, we discussed coaching, whether it's general education coaches, special education coaches, really working with teachers on the RTI plans and how to implement modifications to the child's general education program to make them more successful and make the teachers more comfortable with what they're doing. I mean, are you looking for a name of a professional?
No.
Okay.
I guess I'm just trying to understand. So the general ed teachers are going to be trained on this. Is it is it because, sorry, I just want to understand a little bit more of the time frame, right? So say the gen ed teachers are making modifications and they still see the child struggling. At what point do they make a recommendation for them to be an RTI? Like how long, like is there like a plan put in place? Like, you know, they're going to try this for an X amount of weeks or X amount of months and then it goes to art, you know.
So every child is on RTI, right? RTI Tier 1 happens in every classroom. So it's really it's intervention, right? I wouldn't necessarily classify it as a modification. It's an intervention for a student to meet a particular standard. They, depending on the child and the intervention, you know, it's anywhere between, they have a certain number of week period where it's somewhat flexible, but they make a determination through documentation, is the child making progress? If the child makes progress, then they stay on Tier 1, right? Every child is on Tier 1. Every child in a classroom is on Tier 1. If they're not making progress, then they move to Tier 2. And what Tier 2 looks like is not a pull-out one-on-one instruction with a coach. It's essentially the teacher is, the gen ed teacher is engaging the instructional coach in the building at the elementary level and deepening his or her tool belt in terms of other ways to intervene with a child differently than what maybe the tools they currently have. So the instructional coach will help and consult with the teacher to give them a deeper tool belt. The child will either make progress there or not, and then they move to Tier 3. Tier 3 is small group instruction, targeted instruction with the coach. Now at the middle school level, it's a similar setup. However, instead of an instructional coach providing that intervention, we have a class called Innovations in both math and ELA, which serve in that capacity. So at the elementary level, it's more coach-based. At the middle school level, it's a course that students rotate through their related arts.
So then the Tier 1 process, that's not new. This has already been in place for a while. Okay, that's what I was trying to understand because I thought it was already in place. So that's not any different than what we've been doing. It's just training them, retraining the teachers on whatever the pillars are to make sure that they're following what they need to do and then making the recommendations to...
Yes, and providing more consistency.
Okay.
Any other questions on this? Okay. Up to the next one is Policy Committee.
Okay. So we had our 9th meeting on June 1st. I believe we met 2 times since the last board meeting, and we reviewed several policy updates, including revisions needed to align with current statutes, as well as a few minor technical and grammatical corrections. We spend many hours and having robust discussions about, different language we can use. And as a result of those reviews that we're bringing forward 2 policies for first read tonight. And these updates are intended to ensure consistency with legal requirements and district practices. We sent out, Mr. Balone sent out the policies prior to the meeting, and we've already received some feedback that we're going to discuss during when we get up to that item.
And I just want to add to that, because did we ever finish 237? No, we're still working through that 175-page policy alert. So hopefully we'll get there soon. But one of the things that we talked about today was when we send the policies out to you for your read a week before, what additional information can we give you to help your review of the policy? Because you're getting a policy that has either a red line on it or the additions to it, but you're really not getting the summaries of why the policy is up for review. So we're thinking that we can probably include the Strauss-Esme alert, the summary, with the policy so that you can see why the policy is actually up for review. It's not like we just pulled this one out of the air and said, let's do this one. These are working through the actual alerts themselves.
Yep, but doesn't the full board have access to that too?
The full board does have access
Right.
to the Strauss-Esme, but I also personally, I found that, working through that content is tedious. So if we're giving you the policies that are up for read, the summary actually may be helpful. Okay? All right.
I can do that.
Any questions for Ms. Carrero or me? Okay. Safety and Security Committee, Mr. Lewanski.
Yes, sir. First, I'd like to thank Mayor Hornick and Chief Fuluso taking time out of the day to meet with the Policy Committee today. We met this morning. We had a great meeting. We started out with the cameras on the stop-arm buses topic. The chief is not hearing any complaints, but he's going to check his database and get back to administration to see if we do have a problem in the district or not. The district also reached out to the bus drivers. They don't see a problem right now. They don't see it happening. One of the reasons, which we learned today, we don't see it happening is because our routes are so well designed that if it's a 2-lane highway with a yellow double line, considered a dangerous road, they will only drop students off to get off on that side of the street. No student is crossing over to the other side of the street. The bus driver will circle around and come back to the other side of that highway to drop those other students off. So it's only in developments, very low traffic developments, where a student may be crossing in front of a bus. It's never going to happen in this district with the current layout on any of the more busier roads or double lane yellow streets. So that was a very good thing that we learned today. We also got into discussion of playground upgrades. The mayor's office is going to explore grant opportunities and communicate with administration if they come up with any grant opportunities for us. But that also segued us into the pilot program, because I didn't even realize that for years some of the board members have been concerned that pilot money doesn't come back to the district. But the pilot money does come back in other ways. The field over MMS, that was donated by the township with some pilot funds. So even though we don't see it coming directly in through the budget, through the taxes, we see it other ways. So we've also asked, well, if that's the case, can you ask the committee members to see, township committee members, if they'll help with our playgrounds as well with some of that pilot money. So that's going to be looked at as well.
There was also, which the mayor explained, that the pilot money cannot be used for investments inside our school buildings. It can only be used for investments outside the school building. So it's not like they can come in and renovate a gym. They can't. But they can renovate the exterior, or they can do something to improve the exterior of the program, of the building, which was really a new point for me.
Good point. I felt good knowing at least some of that pilot fund did come back to us in the field. So that was good. And maybe we'll get in the playgrounds. We discussed, we brought up again that now we're paying $45K, which is budgeted to $90K now for our SROs, and we wanted to make sure that our Class 3 officers are being compensated properly, and we're not, seeing them come and go. So the discussion is going on in the background between the township and the police department to make sure that we're being competitive in the Class 3s as well, to make sure we're maintaining those properly. We had a discussion on electric vehicles. We wanted to understand if the township has looked at electric at all, because we could possibly look at electric buses, right? But at the present time, there's no state incentives, period. The state has dropped everything with EVs. So the conclusion was that if you're not getting any state funding, it's not the time to do anything electrical with EVs. So that's where we are right now with that. And that's the gist. We also got an update from Tom Rose on, which I won't go into public, on what was upgraded in the district with cameras and stuff and systems and what is going to be upgraded over the summer. So we got that update as well. Anybody else want to add anything? I think that covers it all.
No, thank you.
Okay,
The only other thing was that, Tom did share legislations that are up for potential,
Correct.
in Trenton that may or may not pass or may not impact us.
Right.
So thank you for doing that, Tom, because that's helpful for us to be able to sort of, from a forward-thinking perspective, understand the impact that these have. And I was very glad to hear that you're ahead of some of them already. So
Right.
Thank you for doing that too.
Correct. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for security? No. Thank you. Okay, we are up to our first item for resolutions tonight, financial and business operations matters. Ms. Jankowski, would you read that one? I can't go to that side of the table right now because Mr. Smith has had the two longest ones, 2 meetings in a row.
I got this.
Thank you.
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, transfers. 2, end-of-year transfers. 3, transfer of current year surplus to maintenance reserve and capital reserve accounts. 4, list of bills. 5, travel. 6, harassment, intimidation, bullying, HIB report. 7, public law 2015, chapter 47. 8, approval of facilities use fee schedule. 9, renewal of district insurance policies for the 26-27 school year. 10, dental benefits. 11, approval of 26-27 school year breakfast and lunch prices. 12, before and after school care programs agreement for the 26-27 school year. 13, contract renewal year 3, comprehensive custodial services for the Marlboro Township School District. 14, ed data contract purchase, TFP1 Inc., DBA, total fire protection for fire sprinkler repairs and related services for the 26-27 school year. 15, ESCNJ contract purchase, Spruce Industries for custodial supplies and related services for the 26-27 school year. 16, Omnia Partners contract purchase, USA Building Maintenance for roofing, siding, gutters, and related services for the 26-27 school year. 17, Omnia Partners Home Depot Pro for maintenance supplies and related services for the 26-27 school year. 18, ESCNJ contract purchase, AME Inc., Building Management Systems for maintenance and related services for the 26-27 school year. 19, New Jersey State contract purchase, Johnson Controls Fire Protection for fire alarm repairs, burglar alarm repairs, and related services for the 26-27 school year. 20, contract renewal year 3, garbage and recycling for the Marlboro Township School District. 21, MOESC contract purchase, Hutchins HVAC Inc. for boiler maintenance and related services for the 26-27 school year. 22, New Jersey State contract purchase, Siacha Ford of Flemington for purchase of a Ford truck for the 26-27 school year. 23, awarded bid Chromebook cases. 24, PEPPM and New Jersey State contract purchase, Turnkey Technologies for technology and security supplies and services for the 26-27 school year. 25, ESCNJ contract purchase, CDWG for technology supplies and services for the 26-27 school year. 26, approval of parental transportation agreement, case number 972, 26-27 ESY. 27, approval of parental transportation agreement, case number 972, 26-27 school year. 28, approval of parental transportation agreement, case 981, 26-27 ESY. 29, approval of parental transportation agreement, case number 981, 26-27 school year. 30, school bus emergency evacuation drill report. 31, purchase of 1 van and related services. 32, purchase of 4 buses and related services. 33, ESCNJ contract purchase, Wilmington Body Company for repair parts for buses and vans for the 26-27 school year. 34, Somerset County Cooperative purchase, custom Bandag Inc. for tires and tire-related services for the 26-27 school year. 35, approval of agreement with JMI Enterprises LLC for the 26-27 school year. 36, approval of agreement with Transportation Consulting Services LLC. 37, security drills. 38, American Red Cross. 39, lead testing statement of assurance. 40, award bid, special education-related educational services. 41, approval of agreement, Oxford Consulting Services, Inc., ESY. 42, approval of agreement, Oxford Consulting Services, Inc. 43, approval of agreement, United Therapy Services, ESY Summer Speech Therapy Services. 44, approval of agreement United Therapy Services, Speech Therapy Services. 45, approval of agreement MJW Physical Therapy LLC, ESY. 46, approval of agreement MJW Physical Therapy LLC. 47, approval of agreement MJW Physical Therapy LLC, ESY Summer Physical Therapy Services. 48, approval of agreement MJW Physical Therapy LLC. 49, approval of agreement MJW Physical Therapy LLC Summer Physical Therapy Evaluations. 50, approval of agreement MJW Physical Therapy LLC. 51, approval of agreement Lyman Educational Consulting LLC. 52, approval agreement with Bayada Home Health Care for the provision of nursing services for case number 936 for the 26-27 school year. 53, approval agreement with Bayada Home Health Care, Inc. for the provision of nursing services for case number 972 for the 26-27 school year. 54, provision of substitute nursing services for the 26-27 school year. 55, further amended resolution out-of-district placement for the 25-26 school year. 56, out-of-district placements for the 26-27 school year. 57, tuition students for the 26-27 school year. 58, home instruction. 59, Educational Services Commission of New Jersey Special Education tuition. 60, approval of agreement Monmouth Ocean Educational Services Commission for Educational Services. 61, approval of shared service agreement with the Township of Marlboro Food Services for recreation programs. 62, approval of shared services agreement with the Township of Marlboro Joint Custodial Services with the Marlboro Township for recreation programs. 63, acceptance of the 2026 funding for Optimal Comprehensive Universal Screeners Focus Continuation Grant. 64, donation, Asher Homes PTA. 65, authorization for Marlboro Memorial Middle School and Marlboro Middle School to participate in music trips. 66, New Jersey State contract purchases. I so move.
Thank you. I think you are now sort of running neck to neck with Mr. Smith on a number of items in one resolution. Can I have a second, please? Mr. Smith, thank you. Any discussions on any of the items in this 1 through 66? Seeing none, can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, okay. Mr. Lolansky.
No to 32, yes to everything else.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Carrero.
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi.
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt.
Yes.
Mrs. Jankowski.
No to number 32, yes to the rest.
32? Okay, thank you. And Mr. Cohen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next item, we have curriculum matters. Ms. Gandhi, would you do curriculum matters? It's page 28.
Curriculum matters. 1, interscholastic athletic competitions, fall sports 26-27 school year. I so move.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please? Mr. Lolansky. Can I have any discussions on this item? Seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Mr. Hyatt.
Yes.
Mrs. Jankowski.
Yes.
Mr. Lolansky.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Carrero.
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi.
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next item is personnel matters. Mr. Hyatt, can you do personnel matters, please?
Yes. Do you want me to read these addendums in? Yes. At the end or as I'm reading?
Yeah, actually, let me just give you a few administrative changes before you read them.
Okay.
If you don't mind. Okay, so number 34,
One second.
I just have to add a name,
Okay.
okay? The name is Karuna, Karuna, Gupta, Gupta.
Sorry, last name again?
Gupta, Gupta. And then number 38, I have to add another name. Lisa Camerado, Cammarato, RATA.
Is that it?
And
Same
then-
hourly rate?
Pardon?
Same hourly rate?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then just wanted to point out the addendum, that's all.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
All right. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolution for approval. 1, resignations. 2, employment non-aligned support staff. 3, employment school aid. 4, amended salaries school monitors, 26-27 year. 5, transfers and amended salary certificated administrators. 6, transfers certificated administrators. 7, transfers certificated staff. 8, transfers non-certificated staff. 9, reassignment certificated staff. 10, reassignment amended salary operational administrator. 11, reassignment and amended salary non-aligned support staff. 12, transfers, reassignment and amended salary non-certificated staff. 13, stipend nurse substitute collar. 14, stipend lead nurse. 15, stipend lead mental health. 16, stipend lead counsel. 17, revised curriculum writing ELA units study revisions for K through 8. Amended curriculum grade level waiver assessments. 19, extracurricular activities, 20 advisors for the 26-27 school year. 20, teachers, Saturday school discipline program for the 26-27 year. 21, assistant Saturday school discipline program for the same year. 22, substitute assistants, Saturday school discipline for the same year. 23, after-school detention, 26-27 school year. 24, substitute after-school detention, 26-27 school year. 25, summer nurse work, sports physical documentation protocols. 26, summer nurse work, review of allergy and medication documentation. 27, child study team evaluations and meeting. 28, teacher summer IEP meetings. 29, special services evaluation coordinators. 30, 26, extended school year program certificated staff. 31, 26, extended school year program for students with special needs, specialized reading teacher. 32, 2026 extended school year program instructional assistants. 33, 2026 extended school year special education program substitute certificated staff. 34, 2026 extended school year special education program substitute instructional assistants. That one has an addition of staff member Karuna Gupta. 35, 2026 extended school year program school monitor. 36, 2026 extended school year special education program substitute monitor. 37, 2026 summer work bus drivers. 38, 2026 summer work bus attendant. That one has the addition of Lisa Camerata at the same hourly rate. 39, 2026 summer substitute bus driver. 40, summer substitute secretaries. 41, substitute teachers, 26-27 school year. 42, substitute nurses, 26-27 school year. 43, substitute instructional assistants, 26-27 school year. 44, substitute school monitors, 26-27 school year. 45, substitute bus driver, 26-27 school year. 46, substitute bus attendants, 26-27 school year. 47, substitute sound board and lighting technician, 26-27 school year. 48, substitute head custodians, 26-27 school year. 49, paid medical disability leaves. 50, unpaid leave of absence. 51, amended resolution leave dates. 52, employment, non-aligned, non-certificated administrators, 26-27 school year. 53, extracurricular activities advisor, 25-26 school year. I so move.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please? Ms. Gandhi. Any discussions on any of the items in this resolution? Yes, Ms. Jankowski.
I have two things. First, this data analytics position, what exactly, like what is this person's day going to look like? Like, what do they do?
So there are a lot of state reports that need to be submitted with a calendar. So part of that person's job will be, and it's all year long, right? Every month there's something that needs to be done in terms of state reporting. They will deal with NJ Sleds, which is the new NJ Smart. They will deal with NJSLA data. They will deal with our local data. They will also work on special data projects like I know that traverse over into the curriculum world with respect to placement or any kind of, I know the board is looking for increased communication on our data points that we have collected here in the district. So if there's a touch point that I can bring to the board with specific data points, that person will be writing customized reports for us.
When the collection of data, so like, are they actually like crunching numbers, or are they given data by somebody else that's already figured out and then entering it into a computer, or are they doing it like from beginning to end? They're looking at all the different points of data, they're figuring it out, they're crunching the numbers, they're making the reports, they're reporting it out, like it's...
This is not a data entry position.
Okay.
It's an administrative position. It's a non-certificated administrative position. We don't currently have one. We used to have one. Currently, the assistant superintendent is performing that role, and I think I had mentioned this to some of you. In my discussions with our regional group, the regional K superintendents, they were reaching out in terms of just, do you have a person? What's the salary? Because some other school districts are also posting, and everyone was replying what they have and how many people they have and what the salaries are. My response was, I don't have one. And they were all, they were like, what do you mean you don't have one? I don't understand. I said, I don't have one. Currently, the assistant superintendent is performing that role. One of them actually said that's abusive, knowing the amount of work that this position takes. So it's a wide array of data. It also, the person has to have the knowledge base of our student information system, which houses personal and confidential information that interfaces with now NJ SLEDS, which is the new student longitudinal data system. So, our student information system will have to upload into NJ SLEDS, and right now they don't really talk to each other. So there are a lot of different reports. When we, the CRDC report, which is the civil rights data collection that person will do. There's a DRTRS report for transportation. How many students on which routes? What does all of that information look like? This person
It's all tied to funding also.
I'm sorry?
Those reports are all tied to funding.
They are tied to funding, which is, and it requires deadlines.
So the creation of this position in this district, because you just said we don't have one, you would expect that it will help the district run more fluidly and effectively?
Absolutely. Right now we are running inefficiently because we don't have one. We used to have one, and that went away 6 years ago, maybe,
I think
somewhere around there.
then.
And since NJ SLEDS is a brand new program, things have changed. More data is now coming into our school district. I also should mention special ed also has their own set of data that they run.
And they'll be doing that too.
And they'll be, they'll be interfacing. This person will be interfacing with every single department and pulling the data in and reporting out where necessary. But again, as I mentioned, also the person will have the ability and knowledge base through our interview process. I do know that to be true, to write custom reports for us. So that'll actually make its way up to the board. Things that I can present to you and things we talked about in terms of what you're looking for, some additional touch points in terms of the data that I can provide to you. This is an essential position in the school district, and it's also budget neutral because in my own department, I am not rehiring my secretary who retired or is retiring. I will have a secretary, but she's an existing employee, and she will be essentially doing 3 jobs, and she has the ability to do it. Trust me, I wouldn't put anyone in a position that I didn't think they could do, but that's why this is a budget neutral position. So in this case, we went down an FTE and then put it back somewhere else. I didn't go down and not replace. So I just utilized our current, on the position control roster, we have, our specific number of employees. I basically took an employee away from me and provided it in this position, this much needed position.
And not about that, but my other point.
Can I just see, before you go on, let me just see if anyone else has any other questions on this one. Any other questions on this?
Sorry, so
Rather than go backwards.
you had mentioned that the assistant superintendent was fulfilling this role currently, correct? Has the workload or the number of reports and stuff grown that much that you need like a full-time position?
We've always needed this full-time position. Quite frankly, the assistant superintendent is doing a lot of this work over the weekends. There are weeks where she's working 7 days a week, does not take vacation because she can't, and it's just not fair. And which actually takes away from the work that she's supposed to be doing with me. No fault to her. It's just this, we're at a spot now where now that the new system is in place, NJ Sleds, and there are some growing pains with that program as well. They've had issues which reduced the assistant superintendent's efficiency in trying to do that work. And we're at a point now where we've needed someone to do this work. We were just trying to wrap our head around how do we do this budget neutral. I didn't want to, we're making efficiency changes around the district. How could we go up +1? So this was the way we did this in a budget neutral fashion, where I'm a big believer in every department needs to, quote unquote, take the hit, and it was my turn.
Any other questions, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I also just want to say, industry-wide, with the introduction of AI, this position is very critical to a lot of companies because it's all data processing and how we can look at that data. And Ms. Berlone, you brought up a great point where we can see some of that data shown on reports in the future of deliverables of progress in certain areas. And having somebody that's focused at looking all this data and kind of managing it and organizing it, I think it'd be really important to the school district. And I'm interested to see how this position could develop for this person. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I do have one question for you. I remember reading last month, you submitted the job description and we approved it. If I remember correctly, this is not an entry-level position. No. This is someone, you needed someone who has, real good skills here. Did the candidates that I don't know the candidate, and we obviously haven't seen the candidate's CV, but can you speak to the candidate's experience with K-8 or even with New Jersey school districts and the actual NJ Sled system?
Yes, so NJ Sleds is, every school district has used it just this year because it just rolled out this year. This candidate in front of you has deep knowledge in K through 12, actually. The district that she's coming from has a high school as well. And it is a large school district, 10,000 plus students. So from that perspective, having that, right? I'm right in that school district, right? Yes, I'm trying to think of all the candidates.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, 10,000 plus students, a very large school district, and the ability to manage the amount of data that is coming through that school district, this candidate will absolutely be able to handle the level of work that we need her to do. I had the ability to meet her today in the final interview, and she just has a very deep knowledge, many years experience, and I know is a true asset in her current school district. So it will be a loss for them, but it certainly will be beneficial for us, which is a much-needed position. It was a very competitive field. We had a lot of applicants and a lot of qualified applicants for this position, but this candidate here was unanimously the top pick.
That's good to hear. Data analysts are in high demand. I mean, I'll take what Mr. Smith said a step further. I don't know how organizations can survive, let alone thrive, and move into the future without data analysts, and that's across every industry that I'm involved in. So, and I serve on other board of directors where we're having the same discussion, and it's hard to find people qualified. So.
Yep, I agree. Any other comments on item number 52? You're up for a second one.
I didn't get a chance to say it after public comment, but I did want to acknowledge Mr. Bono's public comment, but he left soon after. But my child was one of the children that was deeply inspired and touched by Mrs. Bono's hard work and gifted and talented. So I just wanted to recognize what he said, to thank him for coming here as a husband and waiting until we were out of executive session and advocating. So I thought that was beautiful, well said. But Mrs. Bono is an amazing, gifted, and talented teacher, and I wanted to recognize his comment that many children, my son in particular, who she saw something in him, and I really do believe she single-handedly put him on the trajectory that he was on. And the reason I was late today was sitting at his senior awards. So I literally tie that back to Mrs. Bono and what she saw in him, and she fought for him to being gifted and talented. And I think that it changed his life on how he looked at himself. So I wanted to thank her for that, and thank Mr. Bono for coming out and speaking and waiting to advocate for his wife. I thought that was beautiful.
Thank you for sharing that. That's a wonderful testament of just how great our teachers are, and especially the impact that someone like Ms. Bono can have. Any other comments or questions on the items in this resolution? Seeing none, can I have did I get a second? I don't think I got a second on this one. Can I have a second, please? Dee Dee, you were the second? I don't think so. But she's seconding now.
I made that up, I guess.
Maybe you did. I just didn't write it down.
Okay, whatever. Okay, thank you.
And seeing any other discussions? Seeing none, could I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Mrs. Jankowski.
Yes.
Mr. Lalanski.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Carrero.
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi.
I also want to just say before I vote, I understand. I have heard great things about Mrs. Bono as well. So as much as, I know that this is needed and we have to do this, I guess I'm in some ways like secretly really happy for the students that will have her as a teacher every single day, because my kids are not in G&T, and it would have been wonderful, to think that my kids can have a teacher like her in her classroom. So I do want to thank Mr. Bono that he came and spoke about his wife, and I don't think Mrs. Bono should be upset or cry, because I really think she's going to make a difference in 21 plus kids' lives every single day for the amount of years that she's going to be here. So, but yes, I vote yes.
Mr. Hyatt.
I echo what Ms. Gandhi said. So there's a silver lining in this, I hope, for some of these children. I'm going to vote yes for everything. I'm actually going to abstain from 9, item 1, and item 6.
Thank you. And Mr. Cohen.
I didn't have a child who was impacted or had the opportunity to be exposed to a teacher like Ms. Bono. But listening to your testaments, it really makes me, be thankful for someone so, well-liked, well-loved, well-appreciated in our school district. And Ms. Gandhi, your comments really resonated very well with me. And, I often think about, one person's loss is another person's gain. And in this particular case, I think of all the other students that are going to gain now from her experience in the classroom. And that's been pretty amazing. I know change is never easy, but I think she's going to have so much more impact here in Marlboro. And to me, that's a really important thing. So in spite, of that, I know it's hard, and I appreciate Mr. Bono coming here and advocating so strongly for his family and his wife. But with that, I do think that it's, again, it's a direction that the district needs to take, and it's not easy to make those changes, but we have to support. So I'm going to vote yes on everything.
Thank you.
Can I also make a comment about this same thing? I didn't get to read it before, but
Sure.
it's the sentiments of what has been said so
Ms.
far.
Bono has touched many people, so of course.
She has. Even my kids, who also will probably never be in the G&T program, if they can, I would love for them to have a teacher like Ms. Bono. Yes, and I appreciate Mr. Bono advocating for her. But I also want to acknowledge the other people in the community that have reached out. And I really want to acknowledge that, I didn't take this decision lightly. I don't think any of us have, if I could speak on. But I listened carefully to the concerns that have been shared, and I understand why families feel strongly about this issue. But also, after reviewing the information provided and hearing the superintendent's recommendation, I do support moving forward. And with that said, I think it's important that we continue to monitor this impact, and, if we find that services are diminished or students are not receiving the level of enrichment that they deserve, or there are any unintended negative impacts on staff or students, I would hope that we can remain open to reassessing and making adjustments as needed, which I know you're always very open to, adjustments and, being open. But again, our responsibility is to ensure that the program continues to meet the needs of our students. And then again, on the personal note, they're so incredibly, all the students that are going to be impacted and inspired by a teacher like the ones that we have seen reassigned. The impact of you extends far beyond any specific title or program, and I know that many students will benefit from your passion. And then finally, I want to thank Mr. Ballone also. I know that this decision has generated a lot of concern and emotion within the community, and I appreciate how responsive and thoughtful and caring you've been with both people that reached out to you, even with myself and all my questions, and I know it's clear that you deeply care about both the program and the people involved. So thank you.
Well said. Well said. Okay.
Can I
with
just
that,
add one more thing? Sorry, I just wanted to say, no, I appreciate what Jenna just said, that we're making this change, but it's really important for the community to know that if we see an impact in any way that's negative, that we really should, as a board and as a school, a district, truly assess it and see if we need to kind of bring back the number of teachers that we've had for how many ever years in the past. So as long as we're open to that, and I think Mr. Ballone, you usually are, I think, again, this is a very tough decision for all of us, but we have to make the decisions that we did. But that's it. Thanks, Jenna, for bringing that point up. I think that's critical as well. So,
agreed. Okay. Next item up is policy development and community relations. Mr. Smith.
Policy development and community relations matters. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, first readings. 2, second readings. I so move.
Can I have a second, please? Ms. Gandhi. Any discussions on the items in this? Mr. Wolanski.
Let me start with the easy one, I hope. 4130, assignment and transfer. Look at the second paragraph in bold, where we start in bold. When a need is recognized upon recommendation of the superintendent and subsequent approval by the Board of Education within a reasonable time frame. Why I understand that you can quantify probably somewhere legally what a reasonable time frame is, I'd be much more, and it doesn't really change it substantially because it's what we do anyway. I'd be much more comfortable if it read, when a need is recognized upon a recommendation by the superintendent, with subsequent approval by the Board of Education by the next scheduled board meeting, or if not possible, in a reasonable time frame. So we know, at least in my mind, we have a time when it will be done, if it's possible, next scheduled board meeting. Doesn't change anything that we do now, just memorializes it. And if not possible, something happens on a Tuesday afternoon where we can't get it on the agenda, it'll be a reasonable time frame, which then you would, reasonably know would be the next board meeting. So the board is okay with that.
Can I just make sure I have the exact language that you're suggesting and where you're putting it?
So where it says by the Board of Education, before the word within, I'm going to put by the next scheduled board meeting, or, if not possible, in a reasonable time frame. By a reasonable time frame. So I don't want to, you don't need to remove a reasonable time frame. You just want to add by the next scheduled board meeting is our first
Or
option.
not, or if not possible,
Right.
within a reasonable time frame. Okay.
It's what we do anyway. Just memorialize.
Yep, so, and you don't see that as making any significant change, so we can just make this change and still keep it on for.
You can keep it on for first reading.
Okay. I'm gonna make sure that everyone here is okay with it because he's making a recommendation. So, I'm gonna treat that, Michael, as a motion to make this change
Okay.
for first read.
Want to make a motion then?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm making a motion to reword the second paragraph, starting in the bold, where it's bold. When a need is recognized upon a recommendation by the superintendent and subsequent approval by the Board of Education by the next scheduled board meeting, or if not possible, in a reasonable time frame.
Okay. Can I have a second on that motion? Mr. Jankowski. Any other discussions on that item? Can we have a roll call on it?
Sure. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Carrero?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mrs. Jankowski?
Yes.
Mr. Lansky?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's good. So that's the modified language. That's the one that we're going to vote on for first read tonight.
I have one other thing.
So go ahead and do your next one.
Okay.
Let me just see if there's anyone else.
Okay, sure.
Anyone else have any other comments on 4130? Okay, so we're going to close 4130. 2200?
2200. Where I'm concerned on 2200 broadly is all the places where it mentions the board will do this, the board will do that, the board will make sure the data of the students is getting better every year. I understand the board is very broad, and the board could be Mr. Balone and his designee. It becomes the board as well. It doesn't say that here. And there are things in this policy that says I'm going to do as the board, which I'm not going to do, Mr. Balone and his designee is going to do. And I just think we need to somehow word it in there, because it doesn't explain who the board is. And a lot of policies start off with the board means this position means that, and then when you see the word board throughout the policy, you understand what it is. So I'm looking for some way of it distinguishing that the board is not us as board members calling the principals and saying, I need the data from your building because I have to distinguish if you're doing better this month, because that policy says that's what I have to do. Because that's what he does, and he reports to us, and that's what we approve or not approve, or come back to him with our explanations of. We do not do the day-to-day. We do not. Now, I understand that the state is asking that the board's word be in here, but that is a very broad term, which I really doesn't come down to each individual board member doing these things. So I just want to start that discussion, because I'm having a hard time saying yes when the board, I'm supposed to be doing all these things, and I don't get involved in the day-to-day. So if I say yes to this, I'm supposed to do that, and I can't call the principal and say, give me your data, I have to analyze your data, because that's not my job. It's not any of our jobs. Let's open discussion and see how everybody else feels, how we can word this better, just to make sure we understand the superintendent, his designee, And we're the oversight of that, not the day-to-day of that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sorry, I'm just making sure. While you're talking, because you and I had this
Yeah, I know.
conversation, I want to make sure our attorney is up to date on it. Go ahead.
So I agree with Michael, and some of the things that I felt uncomfortable with. On page 4 of 8, the board shall be responsible for the delivery of educational programs. I don't know what delivery means. I'm not implementing, delivering anything. And then in the same paragraph, the board shall develop, implement, and regularly evaluate strategies that identify, support, and encourage all student groups. It's, again, like we're going into day to day. Who am I evaluating? What am I evaluating? Is it just data? Is it people? Is it lessons? When we were in the curriculum meeting, we were told that one of the reasons is board and superintendent could be synonymous, but that's not the way this policy reads. And one of the examples is on page 7 of 8, number 1 is the board shall review and approve the corrective action plan. Number 2, the superintendent shall submit to the commissioner. So in various places, it distinguishes between what the board will do, what the superintendent will do. So I don't think that it can be interchangeable in some parts of a policy, and within the same policy, separate the roles. So that was just to support what Michael was saying. And I have, I'm uncomfortable with, on page 6 of 8, the word complete alignment with the NJSLS. So I don't know what it means by complete alignment. You know, that we ran into this issue a few years ago. I think that somewhere in it should say age appropriate, because we disagree sometimes with the learning standards, and we have agreed that some verbiage, some curricula are just not appropriate in our K-8 school district. And I feel like the word complete alignment takes that control away from us to make things optional, opt in, opt out, to take them out, to put them in, or to give some kind of creative control. So I would like the word complete changed.
Can you repeat, you don't have to go through the whole explanation, but just tell me where that was in the policy?
The word complete?
Yes, where you said it.
Right, page 6 of 8. The way I printed it, it's literally on the second line. And meets the development needs of students at each grade level through complete alignment with the NJSLS.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then the other thing was page 4 of 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th paragraph down, the board shall be responsible for the delivery. I don't know what delivery means. And then the whole last sentence, the board shall develop, implement, and regular evaluate. That's the other line that I was uncomfortable with, because it was too vague and meshed the lines of board, super.
Okay. Any other comments on policy 2200? I will say, and both Mr. Lewanski and your comments were comments that actually we discussed in the policy committee. And in fact, I struggled with the fact that there was constant change back and forth between the definition of the board's responsibility, and we talked about it. We looked at the state law that is referenced throughout this whole policy, because that's one of the major changes to the policy that Strauss-Esme made. They wanted to tie in the actual state legislation to this so that it was clear. And the state legislation is written as clear as mud, which is, you know, no surprise there. But it was a problem for me as well. And then Mr. Ballone actually met with Strauss-Esme during a seminar and discussed it. And do you want to share what they said to you?
Yeah, it was similar to what Mrs. Gross shared at the curriculum committee. So you're right. Oftentimes they will interchange, you know, the board, not these 9 members here, the board meaning me or us as a school district. But, you know, I agree. We had the exact discussion. In fact, I think it came from you, Mr. Carwin. And that was the answer we gave you because that was the answer that was given to us. Now, could we customize it? Of course we could, right? We customize our policies all the time. I think, you know, perhaps from a legal standpoint, we may have to lean on the board attorney in terms of, you know, the language per se. And I don't know if you have anything else to add, Mr. Roberts?
Only that rather than, you know, build the plane as we're flying it, it might be better to either table it or approve it on first reading, modify it, and then present it for second reading. That way, everybody's on literally the exact same piece of paper with the proposal, just as a matter of practicality.
Just turn, is your mic on?
No, it's not. Now it is. Then I would motion to table Policy Review 2200 curriculum until those modifications are made and brought back for first read.
Okay. So before we do that, we have a motion to table. So let me just take a second for the motion to table. Mr. Lalansky. All right, so I got one motion to table. Ms. Gandhi, you're next. Let me just, okay, but that's
Yeah.
okay. I want to make sure you have a chance.
I mean, I welcome the comments, and we definitely, as a policy committee, should take a look at it. But the whole purpose of first read is so that we can have the discussion and then take it back, make the updates. So tabling it, to me, doesn't make sense because we're not saying we're not going to make the changes, but it's like, let's vote on this with, you know, the understanding that we're going to move forward and talk to our attorney, figure, you know, and just update the language as we need to. And then in second read, those changes will be visible to all of the board members. So I don't understand I mean, that's, again, that's the purpose of having first read and second read, so.
I would, so as a person who teaches writing, I kind of look at it this way. You start with a graphic organizer, then you take that information, you go to your sloppy copy, rough draft, and then you publish it. I'm feeling like this is at the graphic organizer point and not the rough draft, sloppy copy, so it's not ready for first read yet. That's because I think that the changes are significant and there's legal questions to be asked that it's not ready to go through yet.
Ms. Carrera, then Mr. Smith.
No, that was my question, like what would be, is there an advantage to tabling it versus the first read?
It's
Just
time.
timing? Okay.
It would have to come back up again on first read. So it would
Yeah.
be another meeting before
And then
it
it
can
can
go on to
still
second
get
read.
changes and then, yeah, okay, got it.
So it's just a timing thing. And there's no rush. I mean, it's not like we have to rush through it, but we're working through a lot of other policies too. Mr. Smith.
In the policy, it says the words and terms used in this policy shall have the meaning as defined in NJAC 6A-1.3. Is that visible? Does that clarify? I didn't look at that, by the way. I'm just asking if anybody is aware of that.
That section of the state law actually provides definitions.
Because it sounds like
Specifically.
is it a difference of opinion on the definition of board?
No, they actually, I read through that section 2 or 3 times. They don't ever include a definition for what the board means.
Oh, okay.
They include definitions for everything else, but there is no definition for the board.
Okay.
Or a board.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, and just to bring it full circle here on this, is that it sounds like our biggest concern is just like what our interpretation is of the word board. Outside of page number 6 under complete alignment, which I completely agree, I think complete needs to be removed because it doesn't give any flexibility going upwards or, you know, setting a bar at a minimum alignment and then expanding upon it to be more robust. I don't know if complete restricts us there, but all I'm seeing is that just the definition of board is differently interpreted, which, yeah, I feel like that's an easy solution or easy, fix if we're able to define it as a group.
So are we thinking, because I know, again, we can make changes, right? As long as it doesn't change the actual definition, like, not definition, but like what the policy is stating. But, so are we going to change where it says board to say superintendent, if legally that's something that we can do? Like, is that the direction that? Yeah.
If that's what the policy committee wants to do. My only concern is doing it on the fly right now and everybody not having the same understanding as to what we're doing.
I just think it's there a lot, and there's a lot of different categories where it comes, and there's Carrie's concern as well. It's just too much to go to a first reading and come back again as a second reading. I think it deserves to have its own first reading. It's going to be completely changed when you change the meaning of board, one way or the other, and if you change the exclusivity of Carrie's point, it changes a lot of that policy. So I'm not in favor of a first reading.
And this isn't, but like, I don't understand the lack of trust. We have a lot of alerts going on, and we do, I think for timing's sake, like I know I'm willing to take your feedback. I think it's important. I think, but those changes can be now actively changed without having to table it and just have timing affected. That's just how I see it. So I just wanted to mention that.
Mr. Smith?
Did the bulk of the policy, does the bulk of the policy align in terminology or definition of the word board align with Strauss-Esme and what their language was?
This is the Strauss-Esme language.
So it's it's compatible.
The additions, the policy that's in bold is the recommended language that came from our policy advisor, which is Strauss-Esme.
And was there a discussion with them on the definition of the word board? And how it's defined?
That was the conversation that Mr. Ballone and Ms. Gross had with the Strauss-Esme, in which they said the board, right, could be the board like the governing body, but it also can be the Board of Education, which is like the Marlboro Township Public Schools. It's just, there was no consistency in which the way in which they define the education body versus the education governing body.
So are they identifying it as one, or?
They dumped it all in.
Okay.
They said everyone is going to be called the board. They don't ever distinguish the difference.
And when you spoke with Strauss-Esme, did they get similar feedback from other districts that you're aware of?
No.
No. So they were basically implementing it as is from
Yes.
your understanding. Okay. Again, not saying that we still can't question it. I'm just trying to think, like, how are other schools operating? And if there's not a concern there, I mean, we can, again, just to go back to what Jenna was saying, what I was saying, I don't think that I think the feedback, we should definitely take it as a policy committee, and we will. But we do have to get through a lot of policies, timing, what Jenna just mentioned.
Twice a month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think, it's just to, I think it makes more sense to kind of, but again, let's vote on it, and then, yeah.
So I just, my other comment is, and I don't believe in rushing anything, and I do want to make sure that we capture the right comments here. But I will say, the only concern I do have, and this is something that we repeatedly have had conversations with here in this boardroom, but also in the policy committee meeting, is that when our policies become so customized, it makes the alerts and the updates that we get from Strauss-Esme much, much harder for us to review or even to implement. So we are going down, we go down a path sometimes where if we change so many words, it's much harder that we're going to miss these things when we go through the updates. So that said, that doesn't mean we shouldn't make adjustments. I'm not against that. But I think the question I would pose, and I think I know the answer, but the question I pose to you is that I would like us to find a way in which we can define the role of the board, us, versus the role of the superintendent within the policy, to simplify the language so that we can then indicate at the end of this policy that the policy is for predominantly the same policy, except for paragraph 4, which was the definition of what the role of the Marlboro Township Public Schools are versus what the role of the Marlboro Township Board of Education is, so that we can keep this policy as close as possible to the Strauss-Esme policy, so that future updates will be easier for future policy committees to implement or recommend, or for this board to adopt. That would be my only wish in the context of us considering this. And I do think that that would require more time. And I believe that if that requires more time to accomplish that in my vision, if we can accomplish that, I do believe that a tabling of this document to do so would be a good practice. That's my opinion. But I want to make sure that that vision is consistent with, that approach that we're trying to take is consistent with the approach you would like to see coming back. It may not be the board shall provide, and now it's confusing. We may have a sentence that says, for the purposes of this policy, the Board of Education, the Marlboro Township Board of Education's role shall be to ensure, review, approve, whereas the Marlboro Township's public schools shall be responsible for providing, developing, implementing, and so forth, even though it says the board. That's what I'm trying to do. What?
Would that be a separate motion?
No.
Another,
I think the same motion. I want to just make sure if we do table, that we're tabling it with a clear vision forward.
Yes.
So that we can come back with a new first read ready to go with everyone's wishes encapsulated. That's what my goal is.
That's something I would agree to, yes.
Okay? So that vision is consistent? Okay. All right.
Just a thought, do we at all want to define the board in this policy, or this NJAC 6A that there refers to in there?
We can't define it in the state law. We have to
Oh, that's
define
in
it
the
with
state.
our
Oh, that's in the
state
state.
law.
That's not the, okay, sorry about that, yeah.
We aren't that powerful, Mr. Smith.
No, that's the regulation.
Any other discussions about policy 2200?
Oh, you have a motion to table.
I know. I'm talking about the motion.
Well, that was on the board part, but I think Ms. Jankowski was also brought up the complete. I'm not sure how we all felt about that, or if that's something that we're going to make a change. Or we're going to change that on first read again.
Right. The word complete, as Mr. Malone just said, is the way the code is written. But I do believe, I think if I go back, isn't there also language in the code about age appropriateness? Isn't that part of the alignment? Well, I think the forewarning here is that if the word complete is embedded in the code, then this section is referring to what the language of the code is saying, not something that we can't change the code.
So if you have complete, can you add on to it to say complete at a minimum? Like,
we have to go back and we'd have to look and see what we could potentially incorporate. But I just want to get your thoughts on this.
I appreciate you looking that up, and this is not directed to you, but do I need to necessarily care if it's in the code? That's my feeling. Like, I don't feel comfortable with the word complete, and I don't feel comfortable with the word complete because of things that I have historically seen, whether it's my time as an educator, a mom, a person in this district. So the word complete, I don't like. Whether it's in code or not, that's just a formality for me. I mean, I'm not trying to say I'm going to do something illegal, but...
And I understand just from a parliamentary procedure standpoint at this point, though, we're sort of moving past debate on the motion to table and into the broader policy discussions that would happen, in committee. But I understand your point of view.
So, going back to your motion to table, because you raised two concerns with the actual policy. Mm-hmm. One, I think we resolved, or we have a path forward.
We're on the same page as that,
okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have a simple solution to the word complete. but we'd have to look at it. And the only answer I would give to you, which is tongue-in-cheek to some degree, so please forgive me, right? I don't want to tell you you can't ignore the word complete, because that in some ways may be a violation of our own oath of office to obey the law of the state.
Right.
So, I don't know the answer to that. I have to understand how the word complete is written.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, we just need a little bit more time to kind of marinate with this. Got to marinate with the wording.
Or we may, and we will, but we also may need compromise in the context of a word that may trouble you.
So maybe,
We don't have to come up with it now.
Yeah.
I know,
We'll
but
talk.
I'm just saying,
We'll be
like,
fine.
level through complete, maybe, alignment. So the word maybe in there, possibly. Okay.
Okay. There is a motion. Any other discussions on the tabling? Not tabling?
So I'm I'm struggling with the tabling because, again, with the time thing, we still have to have all the feedback and all the changes, and even with our goal in mind of making those adjustments, like that, the end of it that I like, it still brings us to the next meeting. So it's still, like,
What's the
it just
benefit of
seems-
tabling?
Yeah, it just seems
Just timing.
ambiguous, like, it's,
Honestly, timing.
Timing,
Because
timing, so
there's no rush.
Yeah,
What's
if you
the-
approved it
what's
first
the rush?
reading, as is, then you would have time in between this meeting and the next to discuss whatever changes you would like, possibly put it up for second. If you were to table it tonight, it just changes the order or the sequence of things, so then you'd have time with no first reading, to revise this to how you would like it, then put it up for first reading. It's really all it is.
It's also notice.
No, second
It's
read-
just notice to the public that says, we're still moving forward with a revised policy 2200, but it'll be subject to changes before the second reading. If we table it, then we're basically saying to the public, we're not sure how we're moving forward yet with policy 2200.
I think, yeah, so.
Is that how I'm interpreting it?
This doesn't have to come to the next meeting if
I'm sorry?
If we pass this on first read, which is, the reason for first read is to get board member and public feedback, you don't have to put this on the agenda next meeting. You
No.
can put it on the agenda in October if you want. But in my view, these aren't wholesale
we
changes.
can-
They're important, and I appreciate this discussion, and I agree with them. I just don't want to stop the progress of this. So that's my view. We all the time in the world. It's a curriculum. It's important. I think the feedback is pretty much accepted across the board here. So.
yeah. As long as we don't have to put it on for second read next board, then it's.
No, we don't have
yeah,
to.
Okay.
We can put it on in December if we want. So anyway.
Okay. Any other discussions on the motion that's in front of us to table? Seeing none, let's call the
Sorry.
roll on, what?
Just a quick question, if we approve the first read and then it comes back around, say, a meeting or so to the second read, and we don't like the changes, we could reject it on the second read, correct?
Yes.
Reject it, you could,
Table it again?
you could table it again, it could be administratively removed, it's not, there's multiple ways to.
Okay,
to-
yeah, so, I mean, well, yeah.
It's not DOA. It'll, we'll still find a way to address it.
Exactly. I mean, as a majority of the board, you could commit it back to the policy committee for further review. There's many ways to address if there's an issue between,
All right.
now and then at whatever meeting that would be.
I mean, I'm just seeing the process as if we table it, that's just adding another first read to the situation.
And it also shows that you don't know how you're going to move forward, which is, like, I want to show that I want to move forward with the changes.
Okay. Any other discussions on the tabling motion? Seeing none, we're going to call roll on it.
Okay. Mr. Lalansky,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
No.
Mrs. Carrero,
No.
Mrs. Gandhi,
No.
Mr. Hyatt,
No, but I just want to reiterate, I agree with the feedback. I have seen policies get tabled and forgotten about, and I don't want to do that. I think this policy is too important. So, no, sorry.
Mrs. Jankowski
Yes.
and Mr. Cohen.
I struggled with this one. But you said something, Mr. Hyatt, that just resonated really well with me. And that is, I've seen policies get tabled, and somehow or another, we move away from it. We forget to come back to it. And I don't want that to be the case. So I am committed, in the context of this conversation, to make those changes and to work with it. And no matter how long it takes, we're going to get them done. All right? I would like it to be interactive. All right? I would really appreciate, and, with all due respect, I know we all have full-time 10 jobs, but these policies did go out to the board from Mr. Ballone a week ago, and we only got feedback within the last 24 hours. So if you can help us so that we can do this before the next board meeting, that would be great. But I do think that we need some time, but I don't want to see it tabled, so I'm going to vote no to the motion.
Thank you.
But I am committed to getting it done.
The motion fails. The motion does not carry.
The motion to table fails, so we're back to the discussion about the two policies up for first read.
Correct.
Mr. Smith.
Should we set a motion to approve the first read subject to those changes being addressed for the second read? Meaning, do we have to modify it, or it's already assumed based on discussion? Okay.
It's already been,
It's already worked into the approval
The
that
fact-
those changes will be made. Okay.
Approval on first reading, it's always implicit that there could be changes in between.
Right, and I have extensive notes and I know we've got them recorded, so that'll help me in going back over this. And I know Dan's going to now be very engaged.
Yeah, I'm going to discover policy 2200.
Thank
So,
you.
All right, so any other discussions on this item for the policies? We have the first reads for 2200, 4130. We have the second reads of 0162, 0162.01, and 1643. We have the motion was moved, was seconded. We've had discussion. Are we ready for a vote?
Yes.
Okay. Ms.
Yep.
Jelinski.
I got it. Mrs. Carrero.
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi.
Yep.
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt.
Yes.
Mrs. Jankowski.
No for 2200, yes for the rest.
Thank you. Mr. Lolansky.
No to 2200, yes to everything else.
Mr. Smith.
Yes, but just to reiterate, even though it's implicit, those two items of the definition of board and the word complete on page 6, if we could have those addressed prior to next meeting. Thank you. Yes.
And Mr. Cohen.
Yes to all of them, and I will, echo Mr. Smith's comments about the strong commitment that we will make the changes to 2200 that are consistent with the conversation, the extensive conversation we've had tonight on this.
Thank you.
Brian, can I just say something?
Yes.
I understand what you're asking about. We got it a week earlier. Here's my issue, and I might be completely off base. I might be completely wrong, but I kind of feel like first read is set up so that the public, and there's transparency in the first read, and the public gets to hear the board's deliberation, why they're changing a policy from first read to second read, instead of us all sending us all emails during the week, and all this happening behind the door, and then we read a first read, and nobody knows how we got there. We really got to the second read before we got to the first read. Because if I'm sending you an email, and Kerry's sending you an email, and someone else sending you an email, and then the committee is discussing it, and then maybe it comes back to me, this is what we did, and then I say, whoa, I don't like that, I'd rather do this. And that's not happening here in public, that's happening via email. And I think that changes what a first read and a second read does. Because the purpose of the first read is to be in public, having the public hear the deliberations, and hear why we went from a first read to a second read and something changes. To do that all in that first week, and the first read then becomes the second read, because it already got changed. That's just my personal feeling. I don't know how the attorney feels about that. That's just my personal feeling. Maybe that's an executive session discussion, but that's how I feel. And that's why maybe you don't hear from me during the week, because I feel that's the purpose of first and second read.
So I appreciate and I respect your opinion. I see first read as two things. I see first read as an opportunity for the public to provide comment to the board on a policy that we're considering, and then we are being able to deliberate based upon public comment. I also see the fact that, asking the board to engage in commenting on policies before they are actually put in front of the first read is not in any way against the intent of the law or the intent of first read. It allows for there to be some unity and some sort of consolidation of board comments so that when they do come to first read, all right, we've done the deliberations in some ways, but it doesn't negate the fact that there still can be more deliberation. All right? I mean, that's, I don't think first read means everything needs to be done in the open. If that was the case, the policy meeting would be doing its work in the open. Okay? But the law would require it. First read is an opportunity for there to be open conversation about a policy being considered for second read, and then quite frankly, during the period of the time of first read and second read, you have an opportunity to consider the comments that were offered at the public level, but also the comments that were offered in here before it's finally adopted. I don't think that this discounts also having a discussion, whether it be in person like today or being through email, all right, in any way, lacks transparency. That's just my personal opinion. All right, we are up to liaison reports. Freehold Regional High School?
Sure, I'll keep it quick. Next board meeting is June 18th. Obviously, like us, we're preparing for end of year graduation. Last day for students' final exams are in the next couple weeks. So that's it.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hyatt? Marlboro Education Foundation?
No updates.
No report. Thank you. Marlboro Township Liaison, Mr.
Yep, thanks to Stephen Dahlia for his update. The township has launched an update to the website to keep residents informed of major projects ongoing in the town, such as road paving, sidewalk, parks, and drainage work. You can view it under the road repair section of the website or by searching Township Projects Events. Okay, following events, Marlboro Farmers Market. The Farmers Market continues its season each Sunday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. More than 30 new and returning vendors are scheduled throughout each week. More information on their social media, Marlboro Farmers Market, or on the Township website under Farmers Market. The Bike and Stroll. Join Mayor Hornick this Saturday, June 13th at 1 p.m. as we celebrate National Trails Day. Bike, walk, dogs on leashes are welcome as we enjoy the paved, shaded Henry Hudson Trail. Enjoy free ice cream donated by Chick-fil-A and a water bottle while supplies last from the Green Team. New location this year at Big Brook Park. More information on the Township Socials and Events section. America 250. America 250 Art Contest and Celebration of America 250 participants are invited to, we already had the winner. You announced it already, right, tonight? We announced the winner tonight, so we just mention again about that. Recreation, Marlboro Swim Club. Think summer registration is now open for all members, and swimming lessons. To get more information and deadlines, visit the Township website, and that's what I have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Mr. Wolonsky? Marlboro County School Board Association.
I have none.
Thank you. The New Jersey School Board Association, which is Mrs. Belomo. Does anyone have that? Okay. No. Thank you. Scope. Dr. Miskowitz, did she offer? No? Thank you. CPAC.
Thank you, Angie and Robin. As we close out the year, we want to reflect on some of the events we have hosted throughout the 2025-2026 school year for families to gain knowledge on their journey, including 6 external educational webinars, collaboration on parent academy topics, meeting with the New Jersey Ombudsman, back to school nights, and Marlboro Day. Our final event of the school year will be our last CPAG parent meeting on Monday, June 15th at 7 o'clock p.m. We look forward to starting the next school year by celebrating disability in July with our ESY friends. We want to thank Special Services in the district for supporting CPAG all year with touchpoint meetings that discuss systemic issues that impact MTPS families. This collaboration has allowed families in CPAG to foster a more inclusive and supportive environment. Reminder that ESY will be from July 6th through August 13th, Monday through Thursdays. You should receive ESY information regarding teachers and supplies by Special Services shortly. Continue to check the CPAG Facebook page throughout the summer for continued resources and webinars. Have a great summer, and we look forward to a wonderful 2026-2027 school year.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Jankowski? Nope. Thank you. All right, we're up to old business. Any old business? Any new business?
I know it's late. However, I wanted, and you're not going to know the answers now, so maybe I can just bring it up and you can research the answers. I was curious to see how Marlboro did with the new version of the NJSLA. I wanted to know what your thoughts on adaptive mean and how you saw that play out in the district, because it's now an adaptive test. Are the students being asked above grade level questions or non-grade level curriculum questions? Is it true that the test locks answered questions after 10 minutes? And how does this afford special education students extra time? Those students who utilized extra time, how long were they staring at a computer? So the 504 special education students. How does NJSLA contribute to your teacher evaluations, and would we consider that fair? If children are being tested on non-curriculum items or above grade level items, is it fair to hold teachers responsible for students incorrectly answering questions taught that are not being taught in the curriculum? I have a lot of concerns about the new version of the NJSLA, not in Marlboro, but just in general. I've done a lot of research on it. And through my research, I came across a woman. I know that I won't be able to pronounce her last name correctly, so I apologize. Cheryl Friccione. She's the former president of the Association of Mathematics Teachers in New Jersey, and I highly recommend that you go to her website, Coaching That Counts, because she has written an open letter to the state of New Jersey's DOE regarding the issues that many educators and parents are seeing with this new NJSLA. So I wanted to bring that to your attention if you haven't seen it already, and kind of come back and touch base with how that is affecting our district, our students, and going forward, how we foresee the implementation and possible requests for changes. One of the things that she has in her open letter is educators across districts are reporting more questions than expected based on the published blueprints. Many students encountering content that appeared aligned to standards above grade level, confusion around what was actually being measured, and uncertainty about how adaptive testing is functioning within the assessment. I did have her permission to talk about her open letter. Even though it was open, I wanted to ask her permission. And we had some email exchanges where she expressed more concerns that I also value. So I just think it's an important discussion because we, as a board, are given an NJSLA overview every year. And I think that with this new test, it's really important to see how that's affecting our students.
I'll let you respond, but I just wanted to ask if you would do the board a favor, is that your questions, it's very hard for me to write them down so fast. So if you would mind sending them to us.
Sure.
And if you can, I know I wrote down Coaching That Counts. I'm just not sure what the website would be. So if you can share the link to the website?
Yes, I'll send you the link to the website that has the open letter, and I can even forward her email. She has a whole educational background, and she actually goes around to different districts and does math support and professional development and things like that. So I invited her to share her concerns with me, and she sent me a lengthy letter of her concerns, which I found very valuable. And so I can also send that to the board
whatever you
as
can
well.
share would be great, because I would like to educate myself on this as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Bloom?
So yeah, if you can copy me as well on those questions. There, I started feverishly writing and I stopped. But I will go back to the video as well and give you answers to all of your questions. But just broadly, I have concerns too.
Thank you.
And I've had concerns from the outset. I have a lot of questions in terms of adaptive tests, and I never believed in tying a one-time test to a teacher's evaluation. So, of course, that is not my decision. It's through TeachNJ. So, it's 5% of a teacher's evaluation, overall summative evaluation, but it's something, right? So, will it adversely affect them? I don't know because we don't have the scores yet. So I have a lot of questions. I've always said this when we present our state testing data, which is typically in October. I don't hold, in this case, NJSLA. It's one data point, and it's one data point in a snapshot in time in a student's week of school.
But I don't mean to, I agree with you, it's one data point, but in order to get that one tiny data point, what are we doing to our students in order to get that? And that's where my concern is. I just don't think it's worth the stress, anxiety, and now the screen time. You have students looking at screens for 70, 75, 80 minutes. Mm-hmm. I find that disgusting.
Yeah, I've advocated at the state level, the Department of Education level, to not administer state assessments because we have such a robust local assessment program here, and the data that we glean from those assessments are far more informative. And you look at any of the research on feedback to students, it has to be specific and timely, and our feedback is just that. Our state assessment data does not get in our hands, so our students just took our state assessment data last month. We will not get, I'll say, usable data. We'll get some kind of data in August, and then it's a PDF, so we can't really do much with that. We get a usable spreadsheet in the fall. So, a third grader who just took their first year of state assessments is in fourth grade before we can do anything with that data. I view that as, I use the analogy, that's an autopsy. The body's dead already. We can't fix it. Our local assessment data is the MRI. We can actually look at the body and go in and fix that in the immediate moment. So I will continue to make that push at the state level. I'm a member of Garden State Coalition, so I can bring that to that table. They have connections with a lot of legislatures in the state, but I can also reach out to the DOE like I did many years ago before I was in this seat, and they came and visited. And they were very impressed with what we were doing and the data that we were pulling. It's not as easy in terms of, there's funding involved and all of those sorts of things, but it doesn't mean that we should stop the conversation. But I will find the answers to all of your questions as they come in, and I'll report back to the board. I'm sure October will be here before we know it, believe it or not, and we'll probably be having that conversation around that time as well. But I will get the answers for you.
Thank you. Any other new business? We are up to public comments, number 2. Anyone signed up?
No.
Would anyone like to, seeing no one wanting to come up to the microphone, motion to close public comments? Ms. Gandhi, seconded. Mr. Smith, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion to close carries. We have one last item on the agenda, which is the executive session for this evening. We will not be going into executive session. We were able to accomplish our business earlier today. So with that, I'm going to make a motion now to adjourn. Can I have a second, please? Ms. Carrero. All in favor? Anyone opposed? We are adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.